Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the heart of Mirkwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets of forgotten ages, a darkness stirred. It was not the usual gloom that haunted these woods, but something far more sinister. The very air seemed to thicken, choking the life from the forest. Leaves withered and fell, their last gasps a rustle of despair. This was the awakening of the Shadowveil curse, a malevolence so potent it threatened to engulf all of Middle-earth in eternal night. Gandalf the Grey, wisest of the Astari, felt the disturbance like a cold knife in his heart. He stood atop the Tower of Orthanc, his weathered face creased with concern as he gazed towards the east. The curse was spreading faster than he had feared, its tendrils of darkness already reaching beyond the borders of Mirkwood. "We have little time," he murmured to himself, his fingers tightening around his gnarled staff. With a swirl of his gray robes, he descended the tower, his mind already formulating a plan that even he recognized as desperate. In the days that followed, Gandalf traversed the lands of Middle-earth, seeking out those who might aid him in his perilous quest. His search led him first to the woodland realm, where he found Prince Erenor, an elven warrior whose silver hair betrayed his Cinder heritage. Erenor had been exiled for challenging the isolationist policies of his king, but his skill with bow and blade remained unmatched. "The curse threatens all, Prince Erenor," Gandalf implored. "Will you lend your bow to this cause?" Erenor's eyes, hard as polished emeralds, softened slightly. "For the sake of my people, even if they've cast me out, I will join you." Mithrandir, from the Iron Hills came Bryn Ironheart, a dwarven warrior whose fame had spread even to the halls of Erebor. Her auburn beard was intricately braided, each plait adorned with runes of protection. When Gandalf approached her in the great forges, she laughed heartily. "A curse, you say? Aye, that sounds like a challenge worthy of my axe." Her booming voice echoed off the cavern walls, a sound that would soon become familiar to her companions. The final member of Gandalf's unlikely fellowship was found in the most unexpected of places. In a tavern on the outskirts of Bree, the wizard encountered Finian Underhill, a hobbit with a penchant for sleight of hand and a charm that could rival the elves. Finian had left the Shire in search of adventure, though his family would say he was running from his debts. "A chance to save the world, you say?" Finian's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Well, it beats running from angry creditors. Count me in." Gandalf, with his company assembled, Gandalf led them eastward, towards the heart of Mirkwood, where the curse had first awakened. The journey was fraught with peril, as the spreading darkness had emboldened fell creatures long hidden in the shadows. They battled packs of wargs whose eyes glowed with an unnatural hunger, their fur matted with the blood of previous victims. Erenor's arrows found their mark with unerring accuracy, while Bryn's axe cleaved through flesh and bone with terrifying efficiency. In the dead marshes, they faced wraiths that rose from the fetid waters, their spectral hands grasping at the living. It was Finian who saved them, his quick wit devising a way to use the marsh lights to confuse and repel the undead horrors. As they drew closer to Mirkwood, the air grew heavier, and an oppressive silence fell over the land. Even the irrepressible Bryn found herself speaking in hushed tones, her usual bravado tempered by the palpable sense of dread. It was on the eve of their entry into Mirkwood that they encountered Saruman the White. The head of the Astari Order appeared as if from nowhere, his white robes gleaming in the gathering gloom. "Gandalf, my old friend." Saruman's voice was smooth as silk, but there was an edge to it that set Gandalf on guard. "I've come to offer my assistance in this most dire of quests." Gandalf studied his fellow wizard carefully. There had always been a rivalry between them, but now Faced with a threat that could unmake the world, surely they could set aside their differences. Your aid would be most welcome, Saruman, Gandalf replied cautiously. But I must ask, how did you come to know of our mission? A smile played at the corners of Saruman's lips. Word travels fast when the fate of Middle-earth hangs in the balance. I've been conducting my own research into this Shadowveil curse. I believe I know how to end it. As Saruman spoke, Finian noticed a strange gleam in the white wizard's eyes. The hobbit tugged gently on Gandalf's robes, a silent warning that something was amiss. The curse originates from an artifact known as the Twilight Stone. Saruman continued, oblivious to the growing tension. It lies at the heart of Mirkwood, in the ruins of an ancient elven city. We must retrieve it and destroy it to lift the curse. Erenor stepped forward, his face a mask of suspicion. I know every corner of Mirkwood, and I've never heard of such a city or stone. Saruman's smile faltered for a moment before returning, broader than before. It is knowledge known only to the Astari young prince. Now, shall we proceed? Time is of the essence. As they entered Mirkwood, the forest seemed to close in around them. The trees, once majestic and proud, now loomed menacingly, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The very ground beneath their feet pulsed with malevolent energy. Gandalf led the way, his staff glowing with a soft light that barely penetrated the oppressive darkness. Behind him, Erenor moved silently, his keen elven senses alert for any danger. Bryn and Finian brought up the rear, the dwarf's hand never straying far from her axe, while the hobbit's eyes darted nervously from shadow to shadow. Saruman walked beside Gandalf, the two wizards engaged in hushed conversation. To the others, it seemed as though an invisible barrier separated the Astari from the rest of the company. As they delved deeper into the forest, they began to encounter strange and terrible creatures warped by the curse. Giant spiders, their eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, descended upon them from the canopy. Erenor's arrows found their mark with deadly precision, while Bryn's axe cleaved through chitinous armor with bone-jarring force. But it was Finian who truly shone in these encounters. The nimble hobbit danced between the spider's legs, using his small size to his advantage. With a combination of thrown stones and clever feints, he managed to tangle the spiders in their own webs, leaving them easy prey for his companions. After days of treacherous travel, they finally reached the heart of Mirkwood. Here, the darkness was almost solid, a writhing mass of shadows that seemed to devour light itself. In the center of a vast clearing stood the ruins of what must have once been a magnificent elven city. Now, it was a twisted mockery of its former glory, the once graceful architecture warped and corrupted by the curse. At the city's center, atop a dais of black stone, floated the Twilight Stone. It was a gem of deepest purple, shot through with veins of midnight black. As they approached, it pulsed with a hypnotic rhythm, seeming to whisper promises of power and knowledge. Saruman stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the stone. At last, he breathed, his voice thick with desire. The key to unmaking the curse, and to reshaping Middle-earth itself. Gandalf's eyes widened in realization. Saruman, no, the stone cannot be controlled. It must be destroyed. But Saruman was beyond reason. With a wave of his staff, he sent Gandalf and the others flying backward. Fools, you cannot comprehend the power this stone offers. With it, I can drive back the shadow by becoming its master. As Saruman reached for the Twilight Stone, Gandalf struggled to his feet. My friends, he called to his companions, we must stop him. The fate of Middle-earth hangs in the balance. What followed was a battle that would be sung of in the halls of elves and dwarves for ages to come. Erenor's arrows flew true, forcing Saruman to divide his attention between reaching for the stone and defending himself. Bryn charged forward, her mighty axe crashing against Saruman's magical barriers with earth-shaking force. Finian, ever resourceful, used the chaos to his advantage. While the others kept Saruman distracted, the hobbit crept closer to the Twilight Stone. With hands that had picked 1,000 pockets, he reached for the pulsing gem. The moment his fingers touched the stone, a shock of energy coursed through him. Finian cried out in pain, but held fast. With every ounce of his strength, he hurled the Twilight Stone to the ground. The gem shattered with a sound like 1,000 screaming souls. A wave of energy exploded outward, knocking everyone off their feet. For a moment, the darkness seemed to deepen, swallowing everything in inky blackness. Then, slowly, light began to return. The oppressive weight of the curse lifted, and the forest around them stirred as if waking from a long nightmare. Leaves that had withered began to unfurl, and the air grew sweet once more. Saruman, his plans in ruins, fled into the forest, his white robes quickly swallowed by the trees. Gandalf knew they would meet again, but for now, the immediate threat had passed. As they made their way out of Mirkwood, the forest already beginning to heal, Gandalf looked at his unlikely companions with pride. "You have saved Middle-earth this day," he said solemnly. "Though few will ever know of your deeds, know that you have my eternal gratitude." Erenor nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "Perhaps now I can return home and help my people reconnect with the world they've hidden from for too long." Rin laughed heartily, slapping Finian on the back hard enough to make the hobbit stumble. "Aye, and I've got a tale to tell that'll keep the ale flowing in every tavern from here to the Blue Mountains." Finian, still looking a bit dazed from his encounter with the Twilight Stone, managed a weak grin. "Well, I suppose this means I can't go back to picking pockets, can I? Savior of Middle-earth and all that," Gandalf chuckled, placing a hand on the hobbit's shoulder. "My dear Finian, I think you'll find that this adventure was only the beginning. The road goes ever on, and who knows where it might take you next." As they emerged from Mirkwood, the sun shone brightly overhead, its warmth chasing away the last lingering shadows of the curse. The companions looked at each other, bound now by the trials they had faced together, and by the knowledge that while darkness would always threaten, there would always be those willing to stand against it. And so, another chapter in the great tale of Middle-earth came to a close, though as Gandalf well knew, the story was far from over. For as long as there was light, there would be shadow, and as long as there was shadow, heroes would rise to meet it. Story 2. In the shadowy realm of Angmar, where ancient stones whispered forgotten secrets, and the very air crackled with arcane energy, Queen Witch Morwen stood atop her obsidian tower. Her piercing gaze swept across the mist-shrouded lands, a land once verdant now twisted by dark magics. As the last rays of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of blood and fire, a chill wind carried with it a portent of doom. Morwen's slender fingers tightened around the hilt of her crystal staff, its core pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly light. For nights uncounted, her dreams had been plagued by visions of a creeping darkness, a malevolent force that threatened to engulf not just her realm, but all of Middle-earth. Tonight, as the veil between worlds grew thin, she would seek answers. With a whispered incantation, the Queen Witch's consciousness soared beyond the confines of her mortal form. Through the astral currents she flew, past the borders of Angmar and into the very fabric of creation. There, in the swirling chaos of potential futures, she beheld a terrifying truth. An ancient curse, older than the kingdoms of elves or men, was stirring from its long slumber. Like tendrils of smoky malevolence, it reached out across the lands, ready to plunge all of Middle-earth into an age of eternal shadow. Morwen's spirit recoiled, but not before she glimpsed 3 shimmering points of light, 3 elven gems of immense power, scattered to the far corners of the world. As she returned to her body, gasping and trembling, Morwen knew what she must do. The weight of destiny settled upon her shoulders like a mantle of iron. She who had long walked the line between light and shadow must now become the unlikeliest of saviors. Dawn found the Queen Witch descending the winding stair of her tower, her raven-black hair adorned with a circlet of silver moonstone. At the gates of her citadel, she addressed her bewildered subjects. "My people," Morwen's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "A great darkness approaches, one that threatens not just Angmar, but all the free peoples of Middle-earth. I must depart on a perilous quest to avert this calamity. In my absence, rule wisely and prepare for the trials ahead." With those words, she mounted her midnight black steed and rode forth, leaving behind a kingdom stunned into silence. Morwen's path took her south, through treacherous mountain passes and across wind-swept plains. She traveled tirelessly, driven by the urgency of her visions, and the knowledge that every moment lost brought the shadow closer to victory. It was on the borders of Fangorn Forest, where ancient trees stood sentinel against the encroaching world of men, that Morwen's destiny began to intertwine with others. As she made camp beneath the swaying boughs, a familiar figure emerged from the deepening twilight. "Greetings, Queen of Angmar," spoke Gandalf the Grey, his eyes twinkling beneath bushy brows. "It seems we are both abroad on grave business this night." Morwen's hand instinctively moved to her staff, but she stayed the motion. "What brings you to these woods, Mithrandir? Surely not mere chance." The wizard's smile faded, replaced by a look of deep concern. "I too have sensed a growing shadow, though its true nature eluded me. Until now." His gaze met Morwen's, and in that moment, an understanding passed between them. "You've seen it then," Morwen said softly. "The curse that would plunge our world into darkness?" Gandalf nodded solemnly. "And I suspect you know more of how to stop it. Speak, Morwen, for in this hour, we must cast aside old enmities and unite against a common foe." As the night deepened, Morwen shared her vision of the 3 elven gems and their power to break the curse. Gandalf listened intently, his brow furrowed in thought. When she finished, he spoke. "A perilous quest indeed, and one that cannot be undertaken alone. We shall need allies, those with courage and skills to match the dangers we face." No sooner had the words left his lips than a rustling in the underbrush announced the arrival of 2 more figures. From the shadows emerged a stout, heavily bearded dwarf, his axe gleaming in the firelight, and a tall, dark-skinned man clad in the flowing robes of the southern kingdoms. "Forgive our eavesdropping," the dwarf grumbled, "but it seems you're in need of some sturdy companions." The man bowed low, his voice rich and accented. "I am Zephyr of the South, a wanderer and seeker of forgotten lore. If your quest is as dire as it sounds, I offer my blade and my knowledge." Gandalf's eyes twinkled once more. "Thorin Stonehammer, exile of Erebor, and Zephyr the Wayfarer. It seems fate has brought us a company most unusual, and so, under the ancient boughs of Fangor, an unlikely alliance was forged. The Queen Witch of Angmar, the Grey Wizard, the Dwarven Exile, and the mysterious Southern, each driven by their own motives, yet united in purpose." As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, Gandalf unrolled an aged map upon a moss-covered stone. "The elven gems we seek were scattered long ago, hidden in the most perilous corners of Middle-earth. The first lies in the depths of Moria, the ancient dwarven city, now overrun by darkness." Thorin's eyes blazed at the mention of his people's lost homeland. "I know the hidden ways into those halls, but what awaits us there, I cannot say. The second," Gandalf continued, "is said to rest atop the highest peak of the Misty Mountains, guarded by giants of living stone." Zephyr nodded thoughtfully. "I have heard tales of such beings in my travels. Their might is legendary, but so too is their wisdom. Perhaps they can be reasoned with." "And the third?" Morwen asked, though a part of her already knew the answer. Gandalf's face grew grim. "The last gem lies in the very heart of Mordor, in the ruins of Barad-dûr itself." A heavy silence fell over the group, broken only by the whisper of wind through leaves. It was Morwen who finally spoke, her voice filled with grim determination. "Then to Mordor we must go, though all the forces of darkness stand against us." Their path took them first to Moria, where they delved into lightless depths and faced horrors long forgotten by the world above. In twisting corridors of stone, they battled creatures of shadow and flame, with Thorin's axe and Zephyr's curved blade flashing in the gloom. It was Morwen's magic, a swirling vortex of eldritch energy, that finally drove back the Balrog guarding the first gem. As they emerged from the mines, battered but victorious, a bond had begun to form between these disparate companions. Thorin, who had initially eyed the Queen Witch with suspicion, now saw in her a strength to rival any dwarven warrior. Zephyr, ever watchful, found himself slowly opening up, sharing tales of his homeland and the events that had driven him to wander. Their journey to the Misty Mountains was no less perilous. They scaled treacherous peaks, buffeted by winds that seemed to carry the very voice of winter. The stone giants proved to be fearsome foes, hurling boulders that shattered the mountainside. It was Gandalf's wisdom and Zephyr's silver tongue that finally won them an audience with the giant's ancient king. In a hall of living rock, beneath a ceiling of glittering crystals, they pleaded their case. The giant king, his voice like the rumble of an avalanche, tested their resolve with riddles as old as the mountains themselves. In the end, it was Morwen who provided the final answer, her millennia of arcane knowledge proving the key to their success. With 2 gems secured, the company turned their eyes to the most daunting challenge of all Mordor. As they journeyed south, the land grew bleak and barren. Foul creatures harried their steps, drawn by the power of the gems they carried. Each night, as they huddled around meager campfires, the weight of their quest pressed more heavily upon them. It was on the borders of that blighted land that treachery struck. A band of Easterlings, led by a sorcerer in crimson robes, ambushed them in the dead of night. In the chaos of battle, Zephyr was revealed to be a spy, turning his blade against his companions. "Forgive me," he cried, even as he fought, "but the safety of my people was promised in exchange for the gems." The betrayal cut deep, but in that moment of despair, an unexpected ally emerged. From the shadows came a massive ORC, his scarred visage a testament to countless battles. With a roar that shook the very ground, he fell upon the Easterlings, scattering them like leaves in a gale. As the dust settled, the ORC knelt before a stunned Morwen. "I am Grokthik," he growled, "once captain in the armies of Mordor. I have long watched your journey, and I believe you seek to end the curse that plagues these lands. If you would have me, I offer my strength to your cause." And so, their company changed once more. Zephyr, shame-faced but resolute, begged forgiveness and a chance to redeem himself. Grokthik, the unlikeliest of allies, brought with him knowledge of Mordor's defenses that proved invaluable. Their final push into the heart of darkness was a nightmare of fire and shadow. They battled through legions of ORCs, scaled the ashen slopes of Mount Doom, and finally stood before the ruins of Barad Diyar itself. It was there, in the crumbling throne room of the Dark Lord, that they faced their greatest challenge. The spirit of the curse had taken form, a writhing mass of shadows with eyes of burning malevolence. It lashed out with tendrils of pure darkness, seeking to corrupt and destroy. Gandalf and Morwen combined their powers, creating a shield of blazing light, while Thorin, Zephyr, and Grokthik fought to reach the final gem. In the end, it was a combined effort that won the day. As Morwen recited the ancient incantation to unite the 3 gems, her companions fought with everything they had to buy her the time she needed. With a flash of blinding radiance, the curse was broken, its spirit banished to the void between worlds. As dawn broke over a Mordor freed from shadow, the unlikely heroes stood together, battered but unbowed. They had faced darkness both external and internal, forging bonds stronger than mithril in the fires of adversity. Morwen, once the feared Queen Witch of Angmar, now looked upon her companions with newfound respect and affection. "What now?" she asked softly, her hand resting on Gandalf's arm. The wizard's eyes twinkled once more, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Now, my dear, we begin the task of healing this wounded world. And I suspect our greatest adventures still lie ahead." As they turned their faces towards home, each knew that they had been part of something truly extraordinary, a tale that would be sung in the halls of kings and whispered around campfires for ages to come. The unlikeliest of heroes, united by fate and forged in the crucible of an epic quest, had saved Middle-earth from eternal darkness. And in the annals of history, their names would be remembered: Morwen the Redeemed, Gandalf the Wise, Thorin Stonehammer, Zephyr the Faithful, and Grokthik the Valiant, the Fellowship of the 3 Gems, guardians of a brighter dawn. Story 3, the misty mountains loomed like jagged teeth against the twilight sky, their peaks shrouded in an otherworldly mist. From the highest summit, a bone-chilling roar echoed across the land, causing even the bravest warriors to tremble in their boots. Smaug the Terrible, an ancient dragon of immeasurable power, had awakened from his centuries-long slumber. In the hallowed halls of Rivendell, Gandalf the Grey stood before the White Council, his weathered face etched with concern. "The beast stirs," he intoned, his voice heavy with the weight of impending doom. And with it, a darkness that threatens to engulf all of Middle-earth. Lady Galadriel, her ethereal beauty belying her ancient wisdom, stepped forward. "What would you have us do, Mithrandir? Even our combined powers may not be enough to vanquish such a foe." Gandalf's eyes glimmered with a mix of determination and what some might mistake for madness. "We must strike at the heart of the threat," he declared. "We must steal the dragon's egg before it can hatch and unleash an even greater evil upon our world." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the council. Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, raised an eyebrow. "And who would you send on such a perilous mission, Gandalf? Who among us could hope to survive the wrath of Smaug?" The wizard's gaze swept the room, settling on a hooded figure in the corner. "Aragorn, son of Arathorn," he called. "Step forward." The young ranger emerged from the shadows, his gray eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Though not yet the king he was destined to become, Aragorn already carried himself with a regal bearing that hinted at his noble lineage. "I will answer this call," Aragorn said, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Though it may lead to my doom, I cannot stand idle while darkness threatens our lands." Gandalf nodded approvingly, then turned his attention to a figure cloaked in flames. "And you, Lyriel Flameheart, will you lend us your mastery over fire?" The elven woman stepped forward, her hair seeming to dance like living embers. "My power is yours to command, Mithrandir," she said, her voice as melodious as it was fierce. "I will face the dragon's fire with my own." With his companions chosen, Gandalf led them from Rivendell under the cover of night. Their journey took them through treacherous lands, each step bringing them closer to the dragon's lair and the peril that awaited them. As they traversed the Trollshaws, they encountered a band of hill trolls, their grotesque forms silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Aragorn's sword sang as he cleaved through their ranks, his years of training evident in every fluid movement. Lyriel's fire danced around her, incinerating any troll foolish enough to come within reach. Gandalf watched his companions with a mixture of pride and concern. They were formidable warriors, to be sure, but would their strength be enough to face the terror that awaited them? As they neared the misty mountains, the air grew thick with an acrid smoke that burned their lungs and stung their eyes. The very rock beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, as if the mountain itself was alive and aware of their presence. It was then that they encountered the first of many unexpected obstacles. A group of cloaked figures emerged from the mist, their faces hidden beneath hoods of deepest black. The leader stepped forward, lowering his hood to reveal a face twisted by dark magic. "We are the cult of the eternal flame," he hissed, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. "We have long awaited the return of Smaug, and we will not allow you to interfere with the hatching of his heir." Battle erupted on the mountainside. Aragorn's blade clashed against cursed steel, while Lyriel's fire met the dark sorcery of the cultists. Gandalf's staff blazed with white light, pushing back the encroaching shadows. As the last cultist fell, Gandalf turned to his companions, his face grim. "It seems our task is even more perilous than we first believed," he said. "We face not only the dragon, but those who would see his reign of terror unleashed upon the world." They pressed on, climbing higher into the mountain. The air grew thin, and each breath became a struggle. Ice formed on their cloaks, and the wind howled like 1,000 tormented souls. Finally, they reached the entrance to Smaug's lair. The cave mouth yawned before them, a portal to a realm of fire and shadow. Heat rolled out in suffocating waves, carrying with it the stench of brimstone and charred bone. "Remember," Gandalf whispered, his voice barely audible over the rumble emanating from deep within the mountain. "Our goal is the egg. We cannot hope to defeat Smaug in open combat. Stealth and speed are our only allies now." They crept into the dragon's den, their footsteps muffled by centuries of accumulated treasure. Gold coins clinked softly beneath their feet, and precious gems glittered in the dim light cast by Gandalf's staff. At the heart of the cavern, they found their prize. The dragon's egg sat upon a pedestal of pure gold, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence. It pulsed with a rhythmic light, like a heartbeat growing ever stronger. As Aragorn reached for the egg, a terrifying roar shook the very foundations of the mountain. Smaug had returned. The dragon's massive form filled the cavern, his scales gleaming like burnished copper in the firelight. His eyes, burning with an intelligence as ancient as it was cruel, fixed upon the intruders. "Thieves," Smaug rumbled, his voice like rolling thunder. "You dare to enter my domain and attempt to steal my legacy?" Lyriel stepped forward, her hands wreathed in flame. "We come to prevent a greater disaster," she declared, her voice unwavering despite the fear that gripped her heart. "The world is not ready for another of your kind." Smaug the Terrible, the dragon's laughter shook loose stones from the ceiling. "And who are you to decide the fate of the world, little elf? I have seen empires rise and fall, watched as the very face of Middle-earth was reshaped by powers beyond your comprehension." As Smaug spoke, Gandalf nodded almost imperceptibly to Aragorn. The ranger inched closer to the egg, his hand outstretched. But Smaug was not so easily fooled. With a speed that belied his massive size, he lashed out with his tail, sending Aragorn flying across the cavern. The ranger crashed into a pile of treasure, coins and jewels cascading around him. "Enough of this foolishness," Smaug growled, rearing up to his full height. "You will all burn for your insolence." As the dragon drew in a mighty breath, his chest glowing with the fire building within, Lyriel sprung into action. She raised her hands, calling forth a wall of flame that met Smaug's inferno head-on. The clash of fires lit the cavern with a light brighter than the sun, forcing all to shield their eyes. In that moment of blindness, Gandalf made his move. With a word of power that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality, he struck his staff against the ground. A shockwave of pure magical energy rippled outward, momentarily stunning the great dragon. "Now, Aragorn," Gandalf cried, "take the egg." The ranger leapt forward, snatching the egg from its pedestal. As his hands closed around it, a jolt of energy surged through his body. Visions flashed before his eyes, a world consumed by dragon fire, kingdoms reduced to ash, the last vestiges of hope extinguished beneath leathery wings. With a cry of defiance, Aragorn raised the egg high and brought it crashing down upon the stone floor. The world seemed to hold its breath for a heartbeat. Then, with a sound like the ending of all things, the egg shattered. A wave of power exploded outward, knocking all off their feet. Smaug's roar of anguish shook the mountain to its very core. The cavern began to collapse around them, massive chunks of stone raining down from above. "Run!" Gandalf shouted, already moving towards the exit. "The mountain is coming down." They fled through falling rocks and shifting gold, the heat of Smaug's rage licking at their heels. Behind them, they could hear the dragon's cries of despair and fury growing fainter as the mountain claimed him. They emerged into the cool night air, just as the entrance to the cavern collapsed in a thunderous avalanche. For a long moment, they stood in silence, chests heaving as they gulped in the sweet, clean air. Finally, Aragorn spoke, his voice hoarse. "Is it done? Have we succeeded?" Gandalf nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the now silent mountain. "The egg is destroyed, and Smaug is entombed in his own lair. The threat has passed. For now," Lyriel placed a hand on Aragorn's shoulder. "You showed great courage in there, son of Arathorn. The blood of kings truly runs in your veins." As dawn broke over the misty mountain, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink, the three companions began their journey back to Rivendell. They carried with them not only the weight of their deeds, but the knowledge that they had altered the course of history. Gandalf watched his young companions as they walked, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They had faced one of the greatest perils of their age and emerged victorious. But in his heart, the old wizard knew that this was but one battle in a war that had raged since the beginning of time, the eternal struggle between light and darkness. As they descended the mountain path, Gandalf's thoughts turned to the future. What other challenges awaited them? What dark forces even now gathered in the shadows, planning their next move? One thing was certain: as long as there were those willing to stand against the darkness, hope would endure. And in Aragorn and Lyriel, Gandalf saw the seeds of a new generation of heroes, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. The road stretched out before them, leading back to the world of elves and men. But for Gandalf, it was merely another step on an endless journey, a journey that would shape the destiny of Middle-earth for ages to come. Story 4. The White Towers of Minas Tirith, once a beacon of hope and strength in the realm of Gondor, now stood silent and gray against the ashen sky. Where banners once fluttered proudly in the breeze, there was only stillness. The streets, usually bustling with life, were eerily quiet, for a terrible curse had befallen the great city, turning its inhabitants to stone in the blink of an eye. Gandalf the Grey stood at the gates, his weathered face etched with concern as he surveyed the petrified guards, frozen in their final moments of awareness. The wizard's eyes, usually twinkling with mischief or wisdom, now held a somber gravity. "By the Valar," he whispered, his voice carrying on the lifeless air, "what dark sorcery has wrought this tragedy?" As if in answer, a lone figure emerged from the silent streets. Faramir, son of the steward of Gondor, his face haggard and his eyes wild with desperation, stumbled towards Gandalf. "Mithrandir," he cried, his voice hoarse. "You've come at last, but I fear it may be too late." Gandalf grasped the young man's shoulders, steadying him. "Tell me everything, Faramir. How did this come to pass?" As Faramir recounted the tale of the mysterious plague that had swept through Gondor, turning flesh to stone, Gandalf's mind raced. This was no ordinary curse, but something far more insidious and powerful. "There is but one artifact that can break this enchantment," Gandalf declared, his voice ringing with renewed purpose. "The scepter of Enmenor, long thought lost to the ages. With it, we may yet save Gondor and its people." Faramir's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. "Then we must find it, Gandalf. I cannot bear to see my people, my father, trapped in this state for eternity." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "Indeed, but the journey will be perilous. We will need help." As if summoned by his words, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in the exotic garb of the Haradrim, a woman with skin the color of burnished copper and eyes like liquid gold stepped forward. "I am Zera," she said, her accent thick but her words clear. "I have traveled far, seeking the one they call the Grey Pilgrim. I offer my skills in the arcane arts to your cause." Gandalf studied her carefully, sensing the power that thrummed beneath her calm exterior. "Your aid is most welcome, Zera of Harad. But tell me, what brings you so far from your homeland?" A shadow passed over Zera's face. "My people suffer under the yoke of dark powers. I seek knowledge to free them. Perhaps in helping you, I may find what I seek." With their unlikely trio formed, Gandalf, Faramir, and Zera set out on their quest. Their journey took them through lands both familiar and strange, each step bringing them closer to their goal and to dangers untold. They traversed the dead marshes, where ghostly faces peered up at them from stagnant waters, their whispers a constant, maddening presence. Faramir's sword and Zera's magic kept the worst of the horrors at bay, while Gandalf's staff lit their treacherous path. In the shadowy depths of Fangorn Forest, they encountered Trebord, the ancient Ent. His booming voice shook the very leaves as he spoke of old legends and half-remembered tales. "The scepter of Enmenor," he rumbled, his eyes like deep pools of ancient wisdom, "a powerful artifact indeed. It was last seen in the hands of Isildur, before he met his doom in the waters of the Anduin. With this new knowledge, they turned their course towards the great river. But as they neared its banks, they found their path blocked by a host of Uruk-hai. Their grotesque forms a testament to the evil that had created them. Battle was joined on the riverbank. Faramir's sword flashed in the pale sunlight, each stroke felling an enemy. Zera's hands wove intricate patterns in the air, summoning winds that tossed Uruk-hai like leaves and calling forth flames that consumed their ranks. Gandalf stood at the center of the maelstrom, his staff a beacon of pure light that drove back the darkness. As the last Uruk fell, the wizard turned to his companions, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "We must hurry," he said, his voice urgent. "I fear our enemy knows of our quest and seeks to thwart us at every turn." They pressed on, following the Anduin's course, until they came to a place where the river ran swift and deep. Here, Gandalf halted, his eyes scanning the waters with an intensity that made even Zera shiver. "It was here," he murmured, "here that Isildur fell, and with him, the scepter of Enmenor." Faramir stepped forward, his face set with determination. "Then we must retrieve it, no matter the cost." But as he moved towards the water's edge, the surface began to roil and churn. From the depths rose a figure of terrible beauty and power, a river spirit, her form composed of living water, and her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Who dares disturb my domain?" Her voice rang out, as melodious as a mountain stream and as thunderous as a waterfall. Gandalf stepped forward, bowing low. "Great Lady of the Anduin, we come seeking an artifact of great power and importance. The fate of Gondor, nay, of all Middle-earth, hangs in the balance." The spirit's gaze swept over them, seeming to peer into their very souls. "I know of what you seek," she said at last, "but the river does not easily give up its secrets. If you had claimed the scepter of Enmenor, you must first prove yourselves worthy." What followed was a series of trials that tested not only their strength and skill, but the very essence of who they were. Faramir faced phantoms of his past, confronting the shadow of his father's disappointment and his own self-doubt. Zara grappled with visions of her people's suffering, forced to choose between her personal quest for power and her duty to those she had left behind. And Gandalf, the wise and powerful Lister, found himself facing the greatest temptation of all, the chance to wield the power of the scepter for himself, to reshape Middle-earth according to his own vision of what was right and good. In the end, it was their unity that saw them through. Supporting each other, lending strength where one faltered, they emerged from their trials battered but unbroken. The river spirit, her expression inscrutable, raised her hand. From the depths of the Anduin rose the scepter of Enmenor, its golden length gleaming even in the dim light. "You have proven yourselves worthy," she intoned. "Take the scepter, but heed this warning. Its power is not to be used lightly. Great good can come from it, but also great evil if wielded by the wrong hands." As Gandalf grasped the scepter, a shock of power coursed through him. Visions flashed before his eyes, the founding of Enmenor, its glory and its fall, the lineage of kings stretching down through the ages. With trembling hands, he lowered the scepter. "We must return to Minas Tirith with all haste," he said. "But I fear our greatest challenge yet awaits us there." Their return journey was fraught with peril, as news of their success had spread to dark corners of Middle-earth. Servants of the enemy dogged their steps, but with the power of the scepter to aid them, they fought their way through. At last, they stood once more before the gates of Minas Tirith. The city remained as they had left it, a monument frozen in stone. But now, a palpable sense of malevolence hung in the air. As they entered the citadel, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in robes of deepest black, his face hidden beneath a hood, he radiated an aura of pure evil. "So," the figure hissed, his voice like venom, "you have brought the key to undoing my great work. How disappointing." Gandalf's eyes widened in recognition. "Sauron," he breathed, his grip tightening on the scepter. "Or at least, an avatar of his malice. You will not prevail here, servant of Morgoth." What followed was a battle that would be sung of in the halls of kings for ages to come. Sauron's dark magic clashed against the combined might of Gandalf, Faramir, and Zara. The very foundations of Minas Tirith shook with the force of their conflict. In the end, it was Faramir who turned the tide. As Gandalf and Zara held Sauron at bay, the young captain of Gondor seized the scepter of Enmenor. With a cry that seemed to come from the very depths of his soul, he raised it high. A blinding light erupted from the scepter, washing over the city in a wave of pure, cleansing energy. The stone figures of Minas Tirith's inhabitants began to crack and crumble, revealing flesh and blood beneath. Sauron's avatar let out a scream of rage and frustration as it was consumed by the light, banished back to the dark realm from whence it came. As the light faded, the city came to life once more, the air filled with the sounds of confusion, joy, and disbelief as people found themselves freed from their stony prisons. Gandalf, Faramir, and Zara stood in the citadel, exhausted but triumphant. They had saved Gondor, but all knew that this was but one battle in a greater war. As the sun rose over Minas Tirith, painting the white towers gold, Gandalf turned to his companions. "You have shown great courage and wisdom," he said, his voice filled with pride and a hint of sadness. "But I fear our roads must now diverge. There are other threats to Middle-earth that require my attention." Faramir nodded, standing tall and proud. "I will remain here to help rebuild and strengthen Gondor against future threats." Zara's eyes gleamed with newfound purpose. "And I shall return to my people, armed with the knowledge and strength I have gained here. Perhaps now I can truly make a difference." As they parted ways, each heading towards their own destiny, Gandalf couldn't help but smile. In their unity, in their courage and sacrifice, he saw hope for the future of Middle-earth. Whatever darkness lay ahead, he knew that as long as there were hearts like theirs, the light would never truly fade. Story 5. The sun vanished from the skies of Middle-earth, plunging the world into an unnatural twilight. Where once golden rays had danced upon leaf and stone, now only a sickly, otherworldly glow remained. In the heart of this darkness, atop the Tower of Orthanc, stood Gandalf the Grey, his weathered face etched with lines of worry as he gazed upon the shadowed lands below. "It has begun," he murmured, his voice carried away by a wind that whispered of ancient evils awakened. "Melkor, the Dark Lord, has found his way back from the void." The wizard's gnarled hands tightened around his staff, its crystal pulsing with a faint light that seemed to push back against the encroaching gloom. He knew that time was short, and the fate of all Middle-earth hung in the balance. With a swirl of his gray robes, Gandalf descended the tower, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. He had foreseen this day, though he had hoped it would never come. Now, only one course of action remained: to gather the last of the Astari and make a final stand against the darkness. His first stop was the golden halls of Lothlorien, where he found Galadriel, the Lady of Light, already awaiting his arrival. Her ethereal beauty seemed to shine even brighter in the perpetual twilight, a beacon of hope in the gathering dark. "You have felt it too, Mithrandir," she said, her voice like water over stone. "The veil between worlds grows thin. Melkor's influence seeps into our realm like poison." Gandalf nodded grimly. "We must act swiftly, my lady. The other Astari must be gathered. Only together do we stand a chance of sealing Melkor back into the void." Galadriel's eyes, ancient and wise, met his. "Be wary, Gandalf. Not all who once stood with us remain true. The darkness has ways of twisting even the noblest of hearts." Her words proved prophetic as they journeyed to the edges of Fangorn Forest, seeking Radagast the Brown. They found the eccentric wizards dwelling in disarray. Animals fled and plants withered. Radagast himself emerged from the shadows, his once kind eyes now burning with an unnatural fire. "Ah, Gandalf," he said, his voice rasping like dead leaves. "Have you come to join us at last? The Master calls," and his voice. Oh, his voice is beautiful. Gandalf's heart sank as he realized his old friend had fallen to the Dark Lord's influence. "Radagast, this is not you," he pleaded. "Fight against Melkor's corruption." But Radagast only laughed, a sound that sent birds scattering from the barren trees. "Corruption? No, my dear Gandalf, this is liberation. The world will be remade in shadow, and it will be glorious." A battle erupted in the heart of the dying forest. Gandalf's staff clashed against Radagast's light against darkness, as Galadriel's power held back the twisted creatures that emerged from the shadows to aid their new master. In the end, it was not force that won the day, but compassion. As Radagast raised his staff for a killing blow, Gandalf dropped his defenses and spoke words of remembrance of the beauty of growing things, of the joy Radagast once found in the simplest forms of life. For a moment, the madness in Radagast's eyes cleared. "Gandalf," he whispered, confusion and pain warring on his face. What have I done?" Gandalf stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder. "You have been deceived, old friend, but it is not too late. Join us. Help us set things right." Tears streamed down Radagast's face as the last of Melkor's influence left him. "Yes," he said, his voice hoarse. "Yes, I will make amends for my folly." With Radagast restored, the company pressed on, seeking the last of their order. They found Alatar and Palando, the blue wizards, in the far reaches of Ron, where they had been combating Melkor's growing influence among the Easterling tribes. United at last, the five Astari stood atop the summit of Amon Sel, the ancient watchtower of Weathertop. Here, where the boundaries between realms were thinnest, they would make their stand. "We must open a portal to the void," Gandalf explained, his voice carrying over the howling wind. "And then we must lure Melkor through it, sealing it behind him for all eternity. Polando, his blue robes whipping about him, spoke up. "And how do you propose we lure a Dark Lord? Gandalf. He is not some beast to be baited with treats." Gandalf's eyes grew distant, filled with a mixture of determination and sorrow. "With the greatest bait of all power. We must offer him a chance at godhood, a temptation he cannot resist." As the other Astari began the complex ritual to open the portal, Gandalf stood at the edge of the ruined tower, his voice rising in a chant that seemed to shake the very foundations of Middle-earth. He called out to Melkor, challenging him, offering him a chance to claim the power of all 5 Astari and ascend to true godhood. The response was immediate and terrifying. The shadows deepened, coalescing into a form of such malevolence that even the bravest among them felt their hearts quail. Melkor, the Dark Lord, stood before them in all his terrible majesty. "Fools," his voice boomed, shaking the tower and causing cracks to appear in the ancient stone. "You dare to offer me power? I am power incarnate." But even as he spoke, his eyes gleamed with avarice. The temptation Gandalf had offered was too great to ignore. With a roar that split the sky, Melkor lunged forward, his hands outstretched to claim his prize. At that moment, the Astari sprang into action. Galadriel and Radagast channeled their power into Gandalf, while LOTR and Polando focused on maintaining the portal. Gandalf stood firm, his staff blazing with a light that rivaled the hidden sun. As Melkor's fingers brushed against Gandalf's robes, the wizard spoke a word of power so profound it seemed to resonate with the very fabric of creation. A blast of pure energy erupted from his staff, catching Melkor off guard and hurling him towards the swirling vortex of the portal. But the Dark Lord would not go quietly. As he teetered on the brink of banishment, he lashed out with all his malice. A tendril of darkness wrapped around Gandalf's ankle, threatening to drag the wizard into the void along with him. For a heartbeat, Gandalf considered allowing it. Would not his sacrifice ensure Melkor's defeat? But then, he felt the hands of his fellow Istari grasping him, anchoring him to Middle-earth. With a final desperate effort, Gandalf planted his staff into the stone of Amon-Sel. "For Middle-earth," he cried, his voice ringing with the power of ages. "For all that is good and beautiful in this world." A wave of pure light erupted from the staff, shattering Melkor's hold and sending the Dark Lord tumbling into the depths of the void. With a sound like the ending of all things, the portal snapped shut behind him. Silence fell over Amon-Sel. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, light began to return to the world. The eternal eclipse lifted, and the sun once again shone upon Middle-earth. The Astari stood in a circle, exhausted but triumphant. Yet, as the immediate danger passed, Gandalf felt a weight settle upon his heart. He turned to his companions, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "My friends," he said softly, "in our victory, I have glimpsed a truth both wondrous and terrible. The power we wield, the very essence of what we are as Astari. It is not meant for this world." Radagast nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "We have served our purpose," he said. "To remain would be to risk becoming that which we fought against." One by one, the other Astari voiced their agreement. They had been sent to Middle-earth to guide and protect, not to rule or dominate. With Melkor banished and the greatest threat averted, their time had come to an end. As the sun reached its zenith, bathing the world in golden light, the 5 Astari began to fade from sight. Their physical forms dissolved, returning to the pure energy from which they had been shaped by the Valar so long ago. Gandalf was the last to go. As his form shimmered and blurred, he gazed out over the lands he had come to love so dearly. "Farewell, Middle-earth," he whispered, his voice carried on the wind to every corner of the realm. "May you flourish in peace and prosperity, and should darkness ever threaten again, remember this day and take heart. For as long as there is light in the world, hope will endure." With those final words, Gandalf the Grey, last of the Astari, vanished from Middle-earth. But his legacy, and the legacy of all the Astari, lived on in the hearts and memories of all who dwelt in that fair land. And though ages would pass and great deeds be done, none would ever forget the day when 5 wizards stood against the darkness and brought back the light. Story 6. In the heart of Middle-earth, where the very fabric of reality seemed to shimmer like heat rising from sun-baked stone, a tear appeared in the veil between worlds. It began as a whisper, a ripple in the air that caught the keen eyes of Galadriel, Lady of LOTR. Her ethereal voice carried on the wind, reaching the ears of Gandalf the Grey as he wandered the misty paths of the Shire. Mithrandir, she called, her words resonating in the wizard's mind. A great peril threatens not just our world, but all of Arda. The boundaries between realms grow thin. Gandalf's weathered face creased with concern as he gazed towards the distant horizon. He could feel it now, a dissonance in the song of creation, a fracture in the very essence of Middle-earth. With a swirl of his gray robes, he set off towards Rivendell, knowing that time was of the essence. In the hidden valley of Imladris, Gandalf found Elrond half-elven already convening a council of the wise. Gathered in a circle beneath the whispering leaves of ancient trees were Galadriel and Celeborn of LOTR, see Arden the shipwright, and a figure Gandalf had not expected, a man clad in the worn leathers of a ranger, his bearing regal, despite his rough appearance. Aldamir, Elrond introduced the stranger, last of the line of Isildur. He comes bearing grave tidings from the north. Aldamir stepped forward, his gray eyes filled with a mixture of determination and barely concealed at the company he found himself in. "My lords and ladies," he began, his voice strong despite his obvious fatigue, "I have witnessed something I scarce believe. In the ruins of Fernost I saw myself, or rather, a version of myself, twisted by darkness and hate." He spoke of a world where Sauron's victory was complete, and now he seeks to claim our realm as well. A murmur of disbelief and concern rippled through the gathering. Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, his mind racing. A parallel world, he mused aloud. A Middle-earth where the shadows triumphed. And now the boundaries between our realities are breaking down. Galadriel's eyes, ancient and wise, met Gandalf's. "We must act swiftly, Mithrandir. If the dark forces of this other world fully breach the veil between realms, all that we have fought to protect will be lost." Elrond nodded gravely. "We must seal the breach. But to do so, we will need to travel to the very place where the walls between worlds are thinnest, the Mirrored City." See Arden intoned, his voice carrying the weight of ages. A place of legend, said to exist simultaneously in all versions of Arda. It is there that we must make our stand, and so a fellowship was formed. Gandalf wielding the power of the Istari, Galadriel bearing the light of the two trees, Aldamir representing the hope of men, and a young elf maiden named Lithnil, whose gift for traversing the hidden paths between realms would prove invaluable. Their journey took them through lands both familiar and strange. They crossed the misty mountains, where the very stones seemed to shift and change as reality fluctuated around them. In the depths of Mirkwood, they encountered spectral versions of creatures long thought extinct in their world, great worms, and fire drakes that phased in and out of existence. As they neared the fabled location of the Mirrored City, the world around them became increasingly unstable. Trees would appear and disappear in the blink of an eye, and the ground beneath their feet would sometimes shift, revealing glimpses of other landscapes, barren wastelands, lush jungles, or icy tundras. Finally, after many days of perilous travel, they crested a hill and beheld the Mirrored City in all its impossible glory. It was a sight that defied description, a sprawling metropolis that seemed to exist in multiple states at once. Great towers of gleaming mithril stood alongside crumbling ruins, while streets paved with gold gave way to shadowy alleys filled with mist. As they approached the city gates, they were met by a figure that caused Aldamir to draw his sword with a cry of shock. It was his dark counterpart, the twisted version of himself from the Shadow Realm. "Welcome, brother," the dark Aldamir sneered, his voice a cruel mockery of the ranger's own. "Have you come to witness the fall of your precious Middle-earth? Soon, all realms will be one under the dominion of the Shadow." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff glowing with barely contained power. "You underestimate the strength of light, creature of darkness. We have come to seal the breach and preserve the balance between worlds." The dark Aldamir laughed, a sound that sent chills down the spines of even the bravest among them. You are too late, old man. Even now, our forces gather. The mirrored city will be the staging ground for our conquest of all realities. With those words, he vanished into the shifting mists of the city, leaving the fellowship to face the challenges that lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the mirrored city, they found themselves constantly shifting between versions of reality. One moment, they would be walking down a street of their own Middle-earth, and the next they would find themselves in a nightmarish version where Sauron's influence had corrupted everything. Lithniel's abilities proved crucial as she guided them through the ever-changing landscape, seeking the heart of the city where the breach between worlds was widest. Along the way, they battled shadow versions of friends and foes alike, ORCs wielding weapons of pure darkness, elves corrupted by fell magics, and even a spectral Balrog that threatened to bring down entire sections of the city with its fiery whip. As they neared their goal, Galadriel suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with the vision of what was to come. "Beware," she warned, her voice trembling slightly. The final guardian of the breach approaches a being of pure chaos, born from the collision of realities. No sooner had she spoken than the air before them began to twist and warp. From the maelstrom emerged a creature that defied comprehension, a swirling mass of features and forms from countless versions of Middle-earth, all melded into one horrifying entity. "I am Legion," it spoke with 1,000 voices. "I am all possibilities, all futures. You cannot stop the merging of worlds. It is inevitable." Gandalf raised his staff, its light pushing back against the encroaching chaos. "Nothing is inevitable," he declared. "The future is shaped by the choices we make, here and now." What followed was a battle unlike any other in the history of Middle-earth. Gandalf and Galadriel unleashed the full extent of their powers, weaving spells of protection and banishment. Aldamir and his dark counterpart found themselves fighting side by side against the hordes of shadow creatures that Legion summoned, their mutual hatred temporarily set aside in the face of a greater threat. Lithniel darted between realities, using her unique abilities to destabilize Legion's form and create openings for her companions to strike. But for every blow they landed, the creature seemed to grow stronger, absorbing the energy of the colliding worlds. As the battle reached its climax, Gandalf realized that conventional methods would not be enough. With a heavy heart, he turned to his companions. "There is only one way to end this," he said solemnly. "We must use the power of the breach itself to seal it. But the cost will be great," understanding dawned in Galadriel's eyes. "A sacrifice," she whispered. "One of us must remain behind to act as the keystone between worlds." Before anyone could volunteer, Aldamir stepped forward. "It must be me," he said, his voice firm with resolve. "My dark self is as much a part of this as I am. Together, we can maintain the balance between light and shadow." Gandalf nodded, pride and sorrow mingling in his eyes. "You have grown wise, son of kings. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten." As Legion bore down upon them for one final assault, Gandalf, Galadriel, and Lithniel began to channel their powers into Aldamir. The ranger and his dark counterpart, realizing their shared destiny, clasped hands. Light and shadow swirled around them, creating a vortex of pure energy. With a sound like the unmaking of the world, the vortex expanded, engulfing Legion and drawing in the fractured pieces of reality. Aldamir's voice, tinged with both pain and triumph, rang out one last time. "For Middle-earth, for all worlds." In a blinding flash, the mirrored city collapsed in upon itself. When the light faded, Gandalf, Galadriel, and Lithniel found themselves standing on a peaceful hillside in their own familiar Middle-earth. Of the mirrored city and Aldamir, there was no sign. As they made their way back to Rivendell, the full weight of what had transpired settled upon them. They had saved not just their world, but all possible versions of Middle-earth. Yet the cost had been high. In the years that followed, tales would be told of the mirrored city and the brave fellowship who ventured there. But none would ever know the full truth of Aldamir's sacrifice, how he stood eternal vigil at the crossroads of realities, ensuring that the walls between worlds remained strong. And Gandalf, as he looked out over the peaceful lands of Middle-earth, couldn't help but wonder about the infinite possibilities that existed beyond their realm. He knew that as long as there were those willing to stand against the darkness, hope would endure in this world and in all others. Story 7. In the ethereal halls of Valinor, where light danced on crystal spires and the air hummed with ancient melodies, a tremor shook the very foundations of Arda. The Valar, guardians of the world, gathered in solemn council as a prophecy, long forgotten, stirred from its slumber. Whispers of doom carried on winds that had not blown since the First Age, speaking of shadows deeper than the void and a malevolence that once sought to unmake creation itself. Gandalf the Grey, wanderer of Middle-earth and servant of the secret fire, felt the call echo across the leagues of land and sea. His weathered hands gripped his staff tighter as the words of the prophecy unfurled in his mind. When thrice the moon bleeds red and stars fall like tears of the dead, the chains of the dark foe shall strain, and Morgoth shall rise to rule again. The wizard's heart grew heavy with the weight of this revelation. Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, whose very name was a blight upon the world, threatened to return from his imprisonment beyond the doors of night. The peace that had settled over Middle-earth in the years following Sauron's defeat now seemed as fragile as gossamer in a storm. Knowing that time was of the essence, Gandalf set forth from the white towers of Minas Tirith, his gray robes billowing in the wind as he rode Shadowfax, the lord of all horses. His destination, the hidden valley of Imladris, where Elrond half-elven kept watch over the fading realms of the Eldar. As Gandalf journeyed, the land itself seemed to whisper of impending doom. Forests grew darker, their leaves rustling with unseen menace. Rivers ran sluggish and murky, as if recoiling from some unseen taint. Even the very stones of the earth groaned, remembering ancient hurts inflicted by the dark enemy of the world. In Imladris, Elrond received Gandalf with grave concern etched upon his ageless face. The two old friends spoke long into the night, their voices low and urgent as they debated the meaning of the prophecy and the course of action they must take. The Silmarils, Elrond said at last, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of hope and trepidation. The jewels of Fëanor, long thought lost, may be our only hope of keeping Morgoth bound. Gandalf nodded slowly, stroking his long beard. Yes, the light of the two trees captured within those gems might indeed have the power to reinforce the doors of night. But how are we to find what has been lost for ages? A soft voice, tinged with sorrow and regret, answered from the shadows. I may be of some assistance in that matter. Both Elrond and Gandalf turned, startled, to see a figure step into the lamplight. Tall and fair he was, with eyes that held the light of the two trees and the weight of countless sorrows. Maglar, son of Fëanor, last of the oath-bound princes of the Noldor, stood before them. Long have I wandered the shores of Middle-earth, lamenting my folly and the curse that my father's oath brought upon our house, Maglar said, his voice a melody of grief. But perhaps now, at the ending of all things, I may find redemption in aiding you. Gandalf studied the ancient elf lord, sensing both the immense power and the crushing guilt that radiated from him. Here was an unexpected ally, one whose knowledge of the Silmarils surpassed all others now living in Middle-earth. With Maglar's guidance, a plan began to take shape. The three Silmarils, it seemed, had found their way to the elemental realms of Arda. One lay in the fiery depths of the earth, one in the abyssal trenches of the sea, and one soared among the heavens themselves. Gandalf knew that this quest would require a fellowship of extraordinary individuals, each bringing unique skills and perspectives to the challenges ahead. He sent out calls to the far corners of Middle-earth, summoning heroes both known and unknown. From the woodland realm came Legolas, prince of the Sylvan Elves, his keen eyes and swift arrows a boon to any company. The lonely mountain sent Gimli, son of Golen, whose axe and stout heart had proven invaluable in the War of the Ring. Aragorn, king of the reunited kingdom, answered the call despite the pressing needs of his realm, knowing that the fate of all hung in the balance. But it was not only the great and powerful who joined this fellowship. Eleanor Gamgee, daughter of Samwise the Brave, stepped forward with the same quiet courage that had seen her father through the darkest of times. And from the wildlands of Ron came Khosra, a mysterious woman versed in magics unknown to the West, her allegiances uncertain, but her power undeniable. As the fellowship gathered in Imladris, Gandalf felt a flicker of hope kindle in his heart. Yet even as they prepared to set out on their desperate quest, a shadow of doubt gnawed at him. The prophecy spoke not only of Morgoth's return, but of a revelation that would shake the foundations of all they knew. The company's journey took them first to the depths of Khazad-dûm, the ancient dwarven kingdom now known as Moria. Here, in the lightless depths where Durin's Bane had once dwelt, they sought the Silmaril of Fire. Gimli led them through twisting passages and across bottomless chasms, his knowledge of stone and craft proving invaluable. It was Elenor, however, whose keen hobbit senses detected the faint glow emanating from a crack in the cavern wall. As they excavated the precious jewel, the very mountains seemed to tremble with awakening power. No sooner had they secured the first Silmaril than they were set upon by a host of creatures that defied description, twisted amalgamations of shadow and flame that screamed with the voices of the damned. It was Maglar who saved them, his voice rising in a song of power that drove back the abominations and sealed the passage behind them. The second leg of their journey took them to the Grey Havens, where Sea Arden the shipwright provided them with a vessel capable of weathering the tempests of the Great Sea. As they sailed into uncharted waters, Legolas' keen elven sight guided them through treacherous reefs and whirlpools that sought to drag them to the ocean's floor. It was Khosra who dove into the inky depths, her eastern magics allowing her to breathe water as if it were air. She returned with the second Silmaril clutched in her hand, her eyes wide with wonder at the beauty and terror she had witnessed in the lightless realm below. But their victory was short-lived. As they turned their ship homeward, a great kraken rose from the depths, its tentacles writhing with eldritch energy. Aragorn soared, and Ril flashed like lightning as he fought to keep the beast at bay, while Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire. It was only through their combined might that they were able to drive the creature back into the abyss. The final Silmaril, hidden among the stars themselves, proved the greatest challenge. Gandalf knew of only one being who might be able to reach it, Radagast the Brown, whose affinity with birds and beasts was legendary. They found the brown wizard in the eaves of Mirkwood, communing with the great eagles. As Radagast soared into the heavens astride Gwaihir, the Windlord, the rest of the Fellowship fought a desperate battle against a horde of fell beasts, remnants of Sauron's armies that had been drawn to the power of the assembled Silmarils. Gimli and Legolas stood back to back, their friendship forged in the War of the Ring now tested in this new crucible. Elenor proved her worth, her small size allowing her to dart between the legs of their enemies, hamstringing them with her elven blade. When Radagast returned, the third Silmaril clutched in his gnarled hands, a sense of triumph filled the air. Yet even as they celebrated this hard-won victory, the sky darkened and a chill wind swept across the land. The time had come to use the Silmarils to reinforce the doors of night and prevent Morgoth's return. But as Gandalf prepared to channel their power, Maglar stepped forward, his face a mask of anguish. "There is something you must know," the Elf Lord said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The prophecy speaks not only of Morgoth's return, but of a revelation that would shake the foundations of all we know. I fear that revelation concerns you, Gandalf." And with those words, Maglar began to sing. It was a song of unimaginable beauty and sorrow, a melody that spoke of the music of the Aenir and the shaping of the world. As the last notes faded, Gandalf felt a change come over him. Memories long buried surged to the surface, and he understood at last the truth of his own nature. He was not merely Gandalf the Grey, nor even Olrin the Maya. He was a fragment of Morgoth himself, split off and given form by Ilúvatar at the beginning of time, tasked with redeeming the marred creation through acts of wisdom and compassion. The revelation struck the Fellowship like a physical blow. Doubt and fear warred on their faces as they looked upon their leader in a new light. But Gandalf, though shaken to his core, knew what must be done. "The chains that bind Morgoth are my own," he said, his voice resonating with newfound power. "And so it must be I who reinforces them, not with the light of the Silmarils, but with the very essence of my being." With a gesture, he summoned the three Silmarils to him. They orbited his staff, their light mixing with his own inner radiance. As the Fellowship watched in awe, Gandalf began to chant in a language older than the world itself. The sky split open, revealing the void beyond. Gandalf rose into the air, his form shifting and growing until he was a being of pure light. With a final, sorrowful look at his companions, he hurled himself into the breach, the Silmarils following in his wake. There was a sound like the unmaking of the world, and then silence. The doors of night sealed themselves once more, stronger than ever before. Morgoth's threat was averted, but at a terrible cost. Gandalf, their friend and guide, was gone. As the fellowship stood in stunned silence, Maglar's voice rose once more in song. It was a lament for Gandalf, for all that had been lost and all that had been saved. And in that moment, as the first light of a new dawn broke over the horizon, they knew that though great evil had been averted, the world would never be quite the same again. For in the sacrifice of one who had walked in both light and shadow, they had glimpsed the true nature of heroism and the power of redemption. And though Gandalf was lost to them, his legacy would live on in the hearts of all who had known him and in the very fabric of Arda itself. Story 8. In the twilight of the Third Age, when the shadows of past conflicts still lingered like mist in the valleys of Middle-earth, a new threat stirred in the depths of forgotten lore. From the misty peaks of the Misty Mountains to the golden leaves of Lothlorien, a whisper traveled on the wind, speaking of an artifact long lost to time and memory. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the gleaming white tower of Minas Tirith, his weathered hands gripping the smooth stone, as he gazed out over the Pelennor fields. The wizard's brow furrowed beneath his wide-brimmed hat, his eyes distant as he listened to the urgent message carried by a thrush perched upon his staff. So, he murmured, stroking his long beard, the crown of Galadriel has resurfaced, the artifact, forged in the twilight of the First Age by the hands of the greatest elven craftsmen, possessed the power to bend the will of all free peoples to its wearer's desire. Lost for millennia, its reemergence threatened to upset the delicate balance of power in Middle-earth. Gandalf knew he had to act swiftly. With a whispered word to the thrush, he descended the tower, his gray robes billowing behind him as he strode purposefully through the winding streets of the White City. In the great hall, he found Aragorn, heir of Isildur, poring over ancient maps. The ranger looked up as Gandalf entered, immediately sensing the urgency in the wizard's bearing. "What ill news comes, Mithrandir?" Aragorn asked, using Gandalf's elvish name. Gandalf's voice was low as he recounted the tale of the crown and its terrible power. "We must recover it before it falls into the wrong hands," he concluded. "Its location points to the depths of Moria." Aragorn's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. "And Rill, then to Moria we must go," he said, his gray eyes glinting with determination. As they prepared for their journey, Gandalf sent out calls for aid. From the woodland realm came Toriel, a sylvan elf whose skill with bow and blade was matched only by her fierce independence. The lonely mountain answered with Thorin Three-Stonehelm, grandson of Thorin Oakenshield, his axe as sharp as his mind for strategy. The unlikely company set out from Minas Tirith under the cover of night, their path lit only by the stars above and the faint glow of Gandalf's staff. As they journeyed north, the landscape changed from the rolling hills of Gondor to the craggy peaks of the Misty Mountain. At the gates of Moria, they were met by an unexpected ally, Nori, daughter of Ori, a young dwarf with quick fingers and an even quicker wit. Her knowledge of the ancient dwarven kingdom would prove invaluable in the perilous journey ahead. The company entered the dark halls of Khazad-dûm, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous spaces. Shadows danced at the edge of their torchlight, and the air was thick with the dust of ages. Nori led them through twisting corridors and across treacherous chasms, her voice low as she recounted the glory that once filled these halls. As they delved deeper into the mountain, the weight of the earth above seemed to press down upon them. Gandalf's brow furrowed as he sensed a growing malevolence in the air. The crown's influence was already at work, its whispers reaching out to touch the minds of the company. Thorin was the first to succumb. His eyes grew distant, and his hand strayed to his axe. "Why should we give the crown to the elves or men?" he muttered. "It is a dwarven artifact, forged in the depths of the earth. It belongs to my people." Toriel's keen elven senses detected the change in Thorin. Her hand moved to her bow, but Gandalf stayed her with a gentle touch. The crown seeks to divide us, he warned. We must stand united against its influence. Their path led them to the chamber of Mizarble, where Balin's ill-fated colony had made its last stand. Here, amidst the dust and bones of the fallen, they found the first true sign of the crown's presence, a page torn from an ancient tome, bearing a map marked with cryptic runes. As Gandalf pored over the map, deciphering its secrets, a low rumble shook the chamber. From the shadows emerged a creature of nightmare, a cave troll, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. The crown's power had awakened and enslaved the beast, turning it into a formidable guardian. Battle was joined in the confined space of the chamber. Aragorn's sword flashed in the torchlight as he parried the troll's massive club. Tauriel's arrows found their mark in the creature's thick hide, while Thorin's axe bit deep into its leg. Nori darted between its feet, her daggers seeking vulnerable spots. But it was Gandalf who turned the tide. Raising his staff, he spoke words of power that shook the very foundations of the mountain. Light blazed forth, driving back the shadows and breaking the crown's hold on the troll. The beast stumbled, confused, and Aragorn seized the moment to deliver the killing blow. As the echoes of battle faded, Gandalf turned his attention back to the map. The crown lies deeper still, he said grimly. In the very heart of Moria, where Durin's Bane once dwelt, their descent took them through halls of breathtaking beauty and terrible danger. Ancient mechanisms, reawakened by the crown's power, sought to bar their path. Nori's clever fingers and Thorin's knowledge of dwarven craft saw them through, but not without cost. Each challenge seemed to chip away at their resolve, the crown's whispers growing stronger with each step. At last, they stood before a great door of mithril and stone, etched with runes of power. Beyond lay their prize and their greatest test. Be on your guard, Gandalf warned as Nori worked to unlock the door. The crown will seek to turn us against each other. Trust in the bonds that unite us. The door swung open with a groan of ancient hinges, revealing a chamber bathed in an unearthly light. There, floating above a pedestal of black stone, hovered the crown of Galadriel. Its silver surface seemed to ripple like water, reflecting not the chamber around it, but visions of power and glory. As one, the company stepped forward, drawn by the crown's allure. But as they neared, its true nature was revealed. Whispers filled their minds, promises of power and dominion over all of Middle-earth. Thorin's eyes blazed with desire. With this, we could restore the glory of Erebor tenfold, he exclaimed, reaching for the crown. Tauriel knocked an arrow, her aim wavering between Thorin and the artifact. The crown belongs in the safekeeping of the Elves, she hissed, her usual calm shattered by the crown's influence. Even Aragorn, heir to the throne of Gondor, felt its pull. Perhaps, he murmured, with its power, I could unite all the kingdoms of men under one rule. Only Gandalf and Nori seemed to resist its call. The young dwarf's eyes were wide with fear as she watched her companions turn on each other. Gandalf, she whispered, what can we do? The wizard's voice cut through the mounting tension like a blade. Remember who you are, he thundered, his staff blazing with white light. Remember the oaths that bind us and the friendships that sustain us. His words seemed to break through the crown's spell, if only for a moment. In that instant of clarity, Nori saw her chance. Quick as thought, she darted forward, snatching the crown from its pedestal. The chamber erupted into chaos. The very stones beneath their feet trembled as the crown's power lashed out, seeking to reclaim its prize. Shadows coalesced into monstrous forms, reaching for the company with claws of darkness. Run, Gandalf commanded, his staff held high to ward off the encroaching shadows. To the bridge of Khazad-dûm, they fled through the twisting corridors of Moria, the howls of unseen pursuers echoing at their heels. Aragorn and Thorin fought a rearguard action, their blades flashing in the gloom. Tauriel's arrows found marks in the darkness, buying precious seconds. At last, they emerged onto the narrow span of the bridge, the chasm below them filled with flickering fires. But their path was blocked. A figure of smoke and flame materialized before them, the spirit of Durin's Bane, awakened by the crown's power. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff raised high. You shall not pass, he declared, his voice ringing with power. As wizard and demon clashed in a battle of wills, Nori made a fateful decision. With all her strength, she hurled the crown into the abyss below. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed to hang in the air, its whispers reaching out one last time to ensnare their minds. Then it fell, tumbling end over end into the fiery depths. As it vanished from sight, a great cry shook the cavern. The spirit of Durin's Bane wavered and dispersed, its link to the mortal world severed with the destruction of the crown. Silence fell, broken only by the ragged breathing of the company. Slowly, the fog lifted from their minds, the crown's influence fading like a half-remembered dream. Gandalf turned to his companions, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of sorrow and pride. The threat is ended, he said softly, but at great cost. The crown's power is lost to us, for good or ill. As they made their way back to the light of day, each member of the company reflected on the choices they had made and the temptations they had faced. They had been tested, not just by the perils of Moria, but by the darkness within their own hearts. Emerging from the gates of Moria, they blinked in the bright sunlight. The world seemed somehow both brighter and more fragile, the bonds between them strengthened by the trials they had endured. Gandalf gazed out over the lands stretching before them, his expression thoughtful. The crown is lost, he mused, but perhaps that is for the best. Some powers are too great for any one being to wield. As they set out for home, the company carried with them not just the memory of their adventure, but a deeper understanding of the strength found in unity and the power of resisting temptation. The crown of Galadriel was lost to history once more, but the legend of those who had resisted its allure would live on in song and story for ages to come.